Namaste, Bhaiya.
Good morning, sir. We are really sorry for the delay.
One moment here. Okay, all right. Now who's the... Well, I was waiting for what's the time there now?
So we were supposed to begin at 7:30.
7:45.
But there was an issue in the DigiShield's person.
So your Amul, there Shiv has also joined us. Shiv, let me...
Good morning, sir. Yes.
Good morning, Shiv. Let me... Oh my goodness, where is this now? One sec. Shiv, this morning I sent you...
Yes, sir.
Did you see... Did you see...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We received the mail you sent regarding the workshop, right?
Yeah, I sent the worksheets. Okay.
Yes, sir.
We need all of them. Now, there's a couple of things I want to do. Okay, now there are, as you know, this is a workshop from the International Institute of, so it's a very fully work what we do around the world. We just did it last week in Toronto for the Chavis department. How is it possible that we can have our participants put into breakout rooms if we need to, or is that not possible?
Sir, it is possible. It is possible, sir. We can go into the breakout rooms if you want.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, and also, Amul, can you send Derek the link to this? Because he's going to join in, because I have another program, and at that time I might get him to, he's trained in this, he does this with me. So we're going to do this, and at around 9 on maybe 9:10, 9:15, the last exercise, Derek might be able to take through. So he's on his way to work in, yeah. Okay, now how we have got, we have roughly 28. I don't know how many have joined us already. So I'd like to have them, so that pair them off in twos, so that from time to time, I want them to reflect, discuss, and move from there. Okay. So are we going to start, or do you, Shiv? I don't know how many of our colleagues of our workshop members.
Sir, not all have joined yet.
Yes.
If you want, we can wait for another 5-10 minutes, or we can start, sir. Because
okay, I don't mind waiting. Yeah. I don't mind waiting 5 minutes or so.
Okay, sir.
We have now, it's 8 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, sir. It's 8 a.m. Yes.
So how many because this is
it seems there are around 10 people, sir. Others, they're still joining.
If there are 10, is that without you all, or is it with you?
No, sir. If we exclude you and me, then there should be 9 people.
Okay, because what I want is to ask DigiShield whether we can have them allocated in twos, rooms. So when we put them into breakout room, after asking them to reflect, have a discussion, come back and tell us, all few minutes it'll take.
Okay, sir. So do you want to do that
Tell
now?
me, what's it?
Do you want to do that now, sir?
No, usually they will prepare. I mean, we do this all the time. Derek does it because we have our courses, no, and we do that. So he
Yes, sir.
also pre-planned. So I don't know how they do it. I mean, I'm happy at to say, okay, go in. Can we have you all in twos? To go into a room so that you could discuss each
Not a
other.
problem, sir. Sir, they can divide the participants into 2 rooms.
Oh,
That should be
not 2 rooms. You'll need more. If there are 10 people,
okay, sir.
it'll be 5 rooms. So
Yes, sir,
two.
it is possible to
Yeah.
divide them into 5 rooms.
Okay. So what I'll do is, when I tell you, then it doesn't matter. They're randomly allocated to so long as they're
Okay.
two together in a room, so that they can discuss and come back. We'll give them 3 minutes, 5 minutes to come back and tell us what they think.
Okay, sir. Just let us know
Okay.
when you want to do this. Whenever
Oh,
you
each
want it, we'll do
exercise.
it.
So
Yeah.
now if I start, we will be starting with a little bit about what we're doing. So I don't mind, because then I'll go and Derek will have to will have to complete it. Oh, do you want me to start, or do you or do you
Sure,
want me
sir.
to wait?
Sir, you can start. You can start.
So right now, without me and you, how many people are there?
So now 10 are there. So they are joining, but I think they'll join in a while.
So do you want me to wait for a couple of minutes or go start?
If you have time, sir. If you have time, we can wait for another 5 minutes. If not, we can start, sir.
Well, tell Derek that you'll okay. Derek.
Hello.
Yeah, Derek. Sorry to bother you.
Yeah.
We are starting
No.
already. Look, they're still not come. We only got 10. So my question is, I'll be starting in 5 minutes.
Okay.
So if you're there, because it's now sure that you will have to complete, I will try to finish the positive visualization, and from there you can handle it if you could. Okay.
Okay, but just ask them to send me the link, sir.
He said he sent it.
And just have sent it
Have you
right
sent
now.
it? Yeah, they said they've sent it to you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you later so we can start. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All the best. All the best.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get going, because we got a lot of things to do and I want to finish. All right. So can all hear me?
No.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good. Very good. Okay. Welcome. This is a workshop for the 4th ethos. It's we are talking about values and identifying your values. Okay, that's what it is. This is a program from the International Institute of Organizational Psychological Medicine, fully based on the sciences, the cognitive behavioral sciences, evidence-based background. So it's a number of programs that comes into what's called valuing the human capital in healthcare. So that's what we're going to do today. So it's identifying your values, part of this program. We have a number of aspects, but we have picked values today. And there's a reason why we do that. Okay, but let me start by first telling you about what we're going to do today. All of you who have come, who have joined us, we need a lot of quiet time, a lot of reflection. So let's start with relaxing, getting you focused psychologically. Although you might be physically here, we need to bring you. So relax. I want you to arrive to this virtual venue. And even though it's virtual, I invite you to feel the atmosphere. Focus back on the journey of what you have done till you reached or started this program, leaving behind your journey to this virtual venue. If you're at home, your home, your work, and other issues that you were involved in before you joined us today. Take a few moments to remind ourselves, you and all of us together, that the next 90 minutes, we're going to have time for silence, a bit of reflection, and we're going to share in a supportive environment. That's what we're creating here. Even though it's virtual, we still will be doing that. So welcome to this workshop. And what we need to do now is opening up your mind. Like a parachute. It doesn't work unless your mind is open. So an opportunity to open your mind. All of us have an outer of who we are, and we have an inside of who we are. So during this workshop, I'm going to ask you to take off your mask. So I want you to be open and going to open up. So for that, we're going to work in the next 90 minutes. And during this workshop, I'm going to ask you, we're going to use our inner resources of positive emotions. All of you know positive emotions, peace, love, optimism, and compassion for the benefit of ourselves, but also this group that we are formed today, and we are working in this group. So we will go on to tell you the way we're going to work for the next 90 minutes. I'm going to ask you that we will all together listen from the heart. We'll speak from the heart and be positive. We will maintain confidentiality of all that we share in this group, because we're going to look at reflections of yourself, of ourselves, and so we want to maintain that. We will also own what we say. We'll aim to start and end hopefully on time. And importantly, we are going to stop everything and experience a minute or 60 seconds of silence on the hour. That is just a minute. We call it just a minute, okay? Now, can I ask either Shiv or Amul, if you're going to be here for the whole program, can I ask you to, on
Yes,
the 60 minutes, to just tell us so that we stop whatever we're doing for 60 seconds? One of you can help
sir,
me with
so
that.
it has to be done after an hour?
Every 1 hour, so we'll only
Every
do
1
it.
hour. Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay. We'll do that.
So on an hour, so it'll only be once in this 90 minutes, right? At
Yes.
60 minutes, you say, just a minute, and we stop everything for 60 seconds. Okay,
Okay, sir.
good. So that's how we're going to work. That's what we want to do. And this workshop is about identifying our values. Now you might wonder why values. Identifying your values, what it does, it helps to identify your own personal values and those that have particular relevance for the profession you have chosen. In this case, all of you are in healthcare practice. Central to this workshop is the notion that while your job depends crucially upon your training, skills, attitude, and experience, another important part, the well-being of everyone involved, including you, can be enhanced through an explicit framework of values that forms the basis for how we view ourselves and indeed then behave towards others. This is an important reason why we see identifying your values. Before we talk about that, for us to be able to function both as an individual moral beings and professional practitioners, we need to recognize that our values are the inner resource that we can access and draw upon. By identifying our values, we can go on to consider how we can apply them to work with patients and with colleagues, and indeed in your life with your others. We may hold in our mind one value, such as patience or tolerance, and observe how we can embody that value more and then see what effect it has on ourselves and others around you. The values we demonstrate are likely to be important for the delivery of healthcare and the well-being of others. That is why identifying and giving priority to values in our work environment is important. Now, when we talk about values, before we start, I just want to have a little bit about what are values. We're going to be identifying, and we're going to do some exercises to be able to more clearly understand what it means and what it is to each of us. Now, values, as you can see, are beliefs about what is right, good, or appropriate. And of course, they accumulate from childhood and they are learned from parents, teachers, religious leaders, and other influential people who are in our lives. And they become deep-seated into who we are. As I said, so what we see is that values become the building blocks of how we develop in life. And of course, these values should determine your priorities and in fact becomes a yardstick for your life and understanding to tell you if life is turning out the way you want it to. So that's values. Now, why values? Why are we talking about values? Because values make us who we are, what we live our lives by, and what we believe in. This values is the one that then takes you to respect ourselves and indeed others. And therefore, it underpins everything we do. Loss of values means loss of meaning and reduced self-esteem. On the other hand, if we strengthen the values, we will have positive outcomes, not only in our work, our relationships, but it also brings confidence. So that's why values. Now, the next thing is, why do these values matter? What I talked about, what are values, why values, and why do they matter? Knowing your values gives you tremendous clarity and focus. This helps you. Values help you to make consistent decisions, take committed actions in your work and your professional life. And what we see, values improves the results you get in all your work, not just your professional work, but everything you do. It values guide you to spend your time right here, right now. So you joining this workshop brings meaning. We have limited time, and we know time is not renewable. We have certain possible permutations of life appeal to us. So knowing your values will benefit you. And importantly, it will help you stick to a clear, consistent plan of living. And of course, that means better outcomes. And this value acts as a compass to better living. So these are some of the background to what we are doing today. So what we're going to do, these workshops, we're doing it in this night. Normally it's a whole day, half a day on just one aspect. So I have selected a few exercises because, as you know, we are talking about, we talk about experiential learning. That's what we bring out from what you're going to do today. So the plan is, the first, what we want to do today is to provide an opportunity for our participants to explore and experience their personal values. So you're going to find your values, right? And the next part of it will be to offer you an opportunity not only to explore the experience, and to develop your work or whatever profession-based values, and then end up with identifying ways of integrating all this that you've discussed back into your life, into your practice, into your profession, or into your studies, into what you're doing. So that's the way, that's what we're going to do. So the exercise now is, I'm going to ask all of you, I sent some worksheets to all of you. I hope you have it, because you're going to need for every exercise those worksheets to take out and to deal with. So my first exercise is, what are values? Now, for this exercise, we will use the dynamic tool of discussion. And at the end of these few minutes of what we're going to try and look at each of ourselves for what are values, we'll be able to understand more clearly what is meant by the term values. And you will also identify some of your personal values. So I'm going to ask you a couple of things to be done. Write down we're going to get you. I'm not sure how many people are there now, Shiv, because my
So
plan.
we have around 15 now.
Okay, good. I'm quite happy if we have 15 because we'll do it better. What I'm going to do, I'll give you 3 minutes. I want you to write down what you understand by the term values and what particular value you hold to be important in your life. I want you to quickly write this down. Now, if you take the worksheet I gave you, I sent it to all the emails addresses that was given to me who are joining in. You will see there that after you write this down, I want you to within 3 minutes think, reflect in silence, and write this down. What you understand, what particular value you hold important in your life, and after that, I'm going to ask you to go into pairs that Shiv might be able to divide you off. If you're 10, you may have 5 rooms where 2 of you might go in for another 2 or 3 minutes. And of course, in that interview, I'll explain that. So after we finish this, we want to get you into a room with a partner, whoever's there with you, and introduce yourself, saying a little bit, 2 words or a couple of words about who you are yourself, and then have a discussion on what you both understand by the term values and the particular values you hold important in your life. And after a short discussion, I want you to write down what you both agree on in the meaning of values and your own personal values. And of course, we'll ask you to share this. Now, there is a worksheet. If you look at it, you'll be able to follow that. You've got the questions there. When you go together, you will write there, what do you both understand by the term values? What particular value do you hold to be important in your own life? Discuss this together. And we will quickly give you an opportunity to tell the group what the 2 of you have been able to do. Okay. So let's get this done. If you're ready.
So do you want us to divide them?
Yeah, we'll go into,
Okay.
if there are 10 people, we'll have 5 rooms. So 2 people go into each room and they're given another 3 to 4 minutes. Then they come back and tell us.
All right.
So we'll have an idea how each one, it'll come back to see what values, how it means different things to different people. And so some of the common things will be there, and I want to see that. Okay.
Dr. Shiv, shall I assign everybody?
Laws, you have to look at the patient's point of view, their beliefs, their cultural values, and you have to respect them.
Yeah, like after 2 minutes, you can go ahead and divide them into groups of 2 people.
Okay.
So you leave Professor Russell, me, and Amol out of it. Derek sir also, if he is here, and divide others into group of 2.
Okay.
Our role is.
Yeah.
Shall I open the rooms?
Yeah, sure, Piyush.
Derek, please move yourself to room number 3.
No, Derek sir is faculty. We'll have him here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's Yuvraj Singh Rana. He's still in the main room.
He'll have to do on his own. I think he's just disconnected.
Okay, okay.
Patient is coming to you saying that.
Yuvraj, please move to room number 3.
I'm not sure if he's hearing us.
Yuvraj, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I'll do it, sir.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
So Piyush, after 3 minutes, we'll need them back. Okay.
I think Professor Russell, sir, your microphone is on mute.
Is he talking to us or he's doing something else? Oh,
Okay. So
okay.
now, can they hear us? Normally,
Sir, if you, yes, sir.
Normally I would go into each one's room.
Okay,
but,
okay.
But I don't think I can do it. I can't see the box here.
So one minute. I'll ask Piyush to assign you to the rooms the way you want.
I would
Yeah.
go to each one. If
Okay, sir.
or anyone, even you can do it, Shiv.
Okay,
just
sir.
to remind them that there is a worksheet and which gives the same thing, but they can actually do it there. What do you both understand?
Okay, sir.
What packet values, so they can, because we want them to come back in 3 minutes and then
Yes,
we'll
sir.
have a discussion on this.
Yes, sir, sure. Piyush, why don't you just put us also in each of these groups so that we can guide them?
Sir, you are
You
free to do
put-
so, sir. You'll have to go yourself.
Okay, fine.
Normally, but
Sir,
unless
you can just click on more and you'll find breakout rooms and you can go in the room that you want.
How do I get it?
In the bottom, sir, on the bottom panel, you'll have 3 dots called more.
Yeah, I know, but I could, when I opened that, okay, now I know, yes. I
Yes,
could
sir.
go in.
Yes, sir.
What we, okay, it's got Amal, Derek, Shiv. Who's Farhana and Singh? 2 of them have not joined any room, is that right?
Sir, Farhana just did. She joined room 2.
Okay.
Yuvraj, I'm not sure if he's having any problem. Okay. He has also joined room 5. So I think everyone is in
Good.
one of the rooms. Yeah.
All right. Okay, we're all back. Who would like to start? Let's hear what some of you have been able to come up with. Who would like to? I mean, it's just what each one, what you come up with after your discussion. We want to compare now with. Okay, who would like to start? Dr. Vishnu, do you want to? Yes.
Vishnu, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, you're muted, Dr. Vishnu. Unmute yourself and let's hear what you and you along with your colleague.
Yes,
Who
sir.
was
Good morning, sir. I was with Manognya, and
Yeah.
in our room, so we were discussing on the assignment which you had given, and what both of us actually agreed on without even discussing was that values were like the guiding principles in our life, and that is something which both of us, even without discussing, these were the exact words which both of us used in our own answers. And so these are like lighthouses and beacons which allow us to control our own trajectory of our lives. For Manognya, her most important value, which she has especially developed even from her residency and clinical years, is empathy. Empathy with her patients and empathy towards the sufferings of everybody else. And for me, through my internship, what I have, the most important value which I've developed is diligence and dedication towards the work which is allotted to me. So whatever, basically a good work ethic is one of the most important values which I cherish. So this was a discussion which we had in our.
Very good. Can I ask all of you to make a note? We want to see what everyone has said because we're going to use these in the end. But right now, we've had Dr. Vishnu. He came up with guiding. Is that right? That's the guiding principle, the beacon that in your life, and your colleague used the whole, empathy as her most important that she holds to most important, and you hold work ethics or dedication to do your work. Is that right? Am I right? Yes.
Yes.
Very good. So you've given us what's very important to you and so forth. So let's get the next group. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Vishnu. And okay, what was your colleague's name? Sorry, you're muted.
Dr.
Good
Manu.
morning,
Yeah.
sir. It's Manu
Okay,
here.
Dr. Right, Mano, Dr. Mano, thank you. So yours was empathy, and very good. Now we've got something. Please make a note of that on all of you. Normally we'd have it on a whiteboard, but we ask all of you to make a note on your what we just heard from Dr. Mano and Dr. Vishnu. Now let's ask Tanvir, Dr. Tanveen,
Hi,
and
sir.
your group. Yeah,
Yeah.
you had who are
I
the two
had
others?
Dr. Alia and Dr. Gurmehar with me.
Very good, Dr.
Yeah.
Ali, and yeah, come and tell us what you came up with.
Sure, sir. So basically, with our understanding and discussion that we had, basically it's knowledge which we gather from our experiences, which help us guide to take the decisions and set the priorities in life, and help us set the priorities in life that we have.
Right. So all three of you agreed that values means you learn from experience, and that guides you through life. Is that what? Am I right?
Yes.
Am I
Yes,
in
sir.
paraphrasing what? Yes.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
So ultimately, where you got from life, as we said, from family, parents, learning, and so forth, they become the beacon or that guides you. What did the three of you, the three different, what do you all hold important to you?
So, the main values that are important since we are in the medical profession is being empathic to our patients. That is, we feel with the patient and we are sympathetic towards their towards the attendant of the patients who accompany them. Be empathic to your patient and have
Mhm.
sympathy for their attendants.
Mhm. Very good. And the others, is that all three of you had that those two values, is it? That you held
Yes, sir.
important?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who else would like to? We have one more, and then let's move to the next one. Who would like to share? I don't know. I did meet Farhana, but she was alone. Do you want to tell us, Farhana, what you thought?
So I have written that values are an essence in the way of living life. And the value that is most important to me is loyalty. But the value that I developed in my internship as well as my time as a medical officer is a strong work ethic. I think it is very important to show up and be punctual and always
Okay.
give your 100% when you work.
So the one that you held most important is that you also mentioned
Is loyalty. Loyalty to
what-
my peers, to
loyalty.
my
Yes, yeah, you spoke of loyalty. So here we go. So add that to your list, all of you. What your colleagues, we have come together, but we see that work ethics, doing your job, and empathy, sympathy, compassion, loyalty. These are the values that we've been able to bring together here. Who was the other group that we didn't have not um, spoken now? Do you want to? Who else? Which is the other group? Anyone else likes to add here? What about Dr. Gurmir? Were you in the other group or were you in another group? Gurmir? I know that Allah wasn't it. What about Dr. Harshman?
Hello.
Yes, Gurmir?
Sir, I was with Dr. Tanveen and Dr. Alia.
All right. So she's already given what you all discussed. Okay. All right, let's then. I don't know if there's anyone who would like to add, but you've all come up with some important. Um, um, we've learned something now from this. You know what? You see a couple of things repeated again. You know, everyone are coming to somewhat similar things, into one on work, the others with how you deal with your patients, and others in terms of empathy, sympathy, loyalty, all these type of things, right? Anything else that you'd like to add? Anyone else that we didn't bring in here? It's a chance for you to share that with us, right? We're trying to bring this. What about Sarang? I don't know which group you belong to. Dr. Sarang? Okay, we have to move on because we don't have too much time. Okay, now I'm going to take you to the next exercise. This is called the high point in my life. Now, it's interesting that in everyone's life, you know, we have, and in this exercise, we're going to use the tools of appreciation and listening. And at the end of this exercise, we should be able to identify values that underpin a fulfilling life experience, and then recognize how values can be expressed on a daily basis, right? So what I'm going to ask you to do, I want you to reflect on your own life, look back on your life, and want you to reflect on a high point, whether it was in your working or studying or whatever you've been doing. I want you to spend a few minutes reflecting on the last many years, however, and look at, feel when you which point you really felt it was your high point. It's the time you worked your best. It was the time that was significant. It was meaningful to you. And you felt most alive, creative, and effective. Think about that. A couple of minutes. Look back on your life. And there would be a point that when you suddenly look back, you might not have thought about it too much. But when you look back at your life trajectory, you will find there might have been a point you really enjoyed, you really felt useful, creative, effective, alive, meaningful, significant, and you actually worked at your best. I want you to think about that now for the next 2 minutes. And that high point in your life, you worked your best, you have felt possibly at top of the world and so forth. So that's what I want you to reflect on and find that point. And after that, we're going to have you back in a room where I want you to share your story of your high point with a colleague of yours. I want you to share your identified story of in your life where you felt that was the high point. I want, first of all, you identify your high point. Why did it happen? How did it happen? How you felt? And then in a minute or so, we'll ask them to put you into a room, breakout room. So you'll then share it with your colleague. And after you share your story, I want you to reflect back, both of each of two of you or three of you, whatever it is, what really made it a successful or memorable experience. You might not have thought about it all this time, but given that opportunity to reflect, you now feel, you identified, you picked a time that was indeed the high point, you would call it. So having told your story, we want you to then look at what were those memorable experiences or successful experiences that made you feel like that. You must identify that, okay? And why did this truly special? What made it feel so truly special? All right, so we're going to put you into rooms. I want you to tell your story. Find your high point. Tell your partner there in the group your high point and what you thought made it special, made it memorable. And then I want each of you to, after listening to the other, be able to see the values you saw in your colleague when they told their story of their high point. I want you to choose or look at what values do you identify in that story. And from that, we will choose 3 values that are felt that you felt were important and write them down. Okay, so that's the story. That's the task, and I'm putting up here, or maybe we'll come back. We'll come back to that where we look at what values matter. So I'm again repeating. After you found your high point in your life, I want you to also note why was it successful? What made it memorable? What made it successful? What made you feel truly special about that high point of your life? Then you go into a group, you share your story and your why it was so memorable and why you felt truly special. And then your colleagues, you tell it to each other and you pick your colleague who listens to it. I want you to pick some values that you identify from the story that your colleague, your partner there in the room has put to you. Okay. Let's have that now.
Can you please divide them to the breakout rooms of 2 people?
Yeah, can you divide them so that we can?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
So do you need breakout rooms each with 2 people only? So will need more rooms.
Piyush, is there a problem?
So do you need more rooms?
Yeah, no, we want 2 people in each room. So you can divide them accordingly, just like we did for the previous breakout rooms. Yeah.
What's happened? People are not gone into any room.
So one moment, I think he's already putting them in the breakout rooms.
Okay. And for all of you who got the worksheet, take that worksheet, which is called a high point in my working life. You've got a worksheet for that, where appreciation and listening are important. And then follow that through.
To the rooms, you need to join the rooms.
It's opening the rooms right now.
Okay.
Hello.
Russell, sir, you are muted.
Okay. I said we are running out of time, and as such, we will get these values and we'll look at how we can take it back to our life. Okay, let's quickly in the next few minutes, let's get someone who would like to do you want to start with Tanvi?
Sir, it is also an hour. So if you want, we can take just a minute right now.
Oh, yes, please. That's why I asked you to remind us.
I want to share the things, Doctor.
Wait. We're going to have 60 seconds. Shiv, can you say start again after 60 seconds?
Yes, sir, I will do that. Sir, a minute is up.
Okay. All right. Let's come along. Who was going, because you want to finish? Who was going to tell us start now?
Yeah, may I?
Yes, please. Who is that?
Dr. Shashank, sir.
Shashank, yeah, last time we didn't get you to say. Go ahead, Shashank.
Yes, greetings to all the faculty members. What we discussed with Dr. Alia is that our the values are like dedication, the passion, then our hard working
But
and in fact,
first tell me your high point. Did you
uh,
find a high point?
yes, sir. There are 2 or 3 high points, but the very high point is like that. When I got my admission in my post graduation in community medicine, that was a very high point when I thought that I got a channel through which I can work in the community for my rest of my life, and I am still working in the community. So that was one high point, and one my personal high point is like when I got married and my better half came into my life. That was a high point. That is my personal high point, but I want to share it because when my better half came into my life, my life completely changed. What I was before marriage and what I am right now. So there are two different Shashanks in me, before marriage and after marriage. So that was one high point, and so these are the two high points in my uh, till now.
And what did your colleagues find? What values did they bring to your story?
Sir, the Dr. Alia was my colleague, and she was like she was telling her about her studies, how she got cleared from the exam, and the anxiety before one night before the exam, and how she cleared, and when she cleared the exam, she was like, okay, I'm now confident about that. And so these are the values, this was the high point she shared with me.
So what were the values that the 2 or 3 of you were able to identify from your high point in your lives?
Sir, regarding my high point about the my post graduation, so it was my dedication, it was my hard work, and the eagerness to get the admission in post graduation. That was the one of the values,
Well,
or
yeah, the high, you felt high because it was meaningful to you. It was
yes, sir.
significant because you were going to serve the community. You were going to work in. So, what values come from that? I wanted you to pick that. You see, that was the idea, that your high point had some values. So, what about Dr. Ali? What did what was that story? What were the values that from your high points? What did you pick up? The values were associated with that.
Sir, values I was very passionate. I was hardworking,
Good. Mhm.
and I had my dedication. So according to me, sir, this is only the
Okay. What about the others, Dr. Allah? What did you identify as the values that you saw in the high point, in the story of high point with your colleagues in your room?
Good morning, sir. So, Alia here. Yeah, so the values which I thought my colleague had was like he was dedicated, he was hardworking, he had the will to achieve his goal, and he also was passionate. So, I think these were the values I found in
Right.
like after listening to his story.
Okay. Now, what about listening to your story? What did Shashank, what did you think of Allah's story, of her high point? What value did you attach to her high point?
yes, sir. I was like I felt like she was very means after clearing the exam, she was confident about that I can still work hard, and
So it was confidence, is that right?
yes, sir, the confidence,
Mhm.
that
Anything
was the
else?
only.
Yeah. Okay, let's listen. Thank you very much. So we've
Thank you, sir.
we picked up more values. Please write that down.
Yes, sir.
And let's ask Tanveen and thank you very much. And Gurmir, do you want to add the values that you picked up from the high points in both your lives, listening to each other?
Yeah, sure, sir. So having discussion our high points and having discussion reflection on the same, we had concluded that as a physician, we should not just keep the knowledge that we gain from our experience to ourselves, but we should share it. And as much possible, we should even create the awareness in the society about the different aspects. Like we can volunteer organizing some camps, or maybe we can reach out to people and share our knowledge that can help them. And secondly, our profession, which has a lot of knowledge, the best thing, like Ali, like Gurmehar has stated, that we can learn some qualities or some values from other people's experience.
So
For
what were the
example,
values? What were the you had a high point, isn't it, in your life?
yeah, yes, sir.
From your high point, from both your high points that you identified by reflection, looking back at what made it so high, so important, so meaningful, so significant. From that, could you identify values in your high point and values in Gurmir's high point? Can you tell me the values?
Sure, sir.
That you both identified in each other's high point?
Yes, sir. Sir, having listened to Gurmehar's story, the high point that she had in her life was that she was motivated when she first went to an operation theater, and she was motivated by the physician, the way he was operating on the patient. So the values that she learned from her experience was that the physician, he was very passionate about his job. He was very patient and he was very calm while he was doing the procedure. And my high point in life was that when I had volunteered first in an awareness camping talk, and it helped me share my knowledge, so which helped clarify a lot of people's doubt. So it has taught me the value that we should share our knowledge and we should create awareness as much as possible.
So sharing,
yeah,
right?
Yes,
sharing is a very value that you found from the meaning from the high point. Okay,
yes,
very
sir.
good. So,
Thank you.
I'm asking all of you to make a note of. See, we are now over the street. We've learned and come across so many different values that different people or different colleagues are holding, and all of them. We looked at sympathy, we looked at empathy, we looked at compassion, we looked at dedication, loyalty, and now we have service, sharing, right? And so forth. So please make a note of that because we want to take this back. Before we go, let's ask one more. Maybe Dr. Vishnu, I think it was. I think is Dr. Vishnu there? No, gone.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Dr. Vishnu, you were with Mano, is that right? Yeah, tell us what values did you pick up from Mano's story, from her high point, and we'll ask Mano what values she found in your high point.
So, good morning, sir. So, what Dr. Mano shared with me was that her high point was during the first year of MBBS, when she actually stepped out of her parents' umbrella into a completely new environment and managed to thrive even in such a challenging situation, where she managed to interact with a variety of people. She got exposed to various different ideas. She learned new languages. She picked up on a variety of different skills. So the main value which I picked up from this was confidence, curiosity, the potential to thrive in unknown, thrive while exploring unknown realms, and basically the confidence and freedom, basically. So these were the values which I picked up from her story.
And what about Manu? What did she pick up from your story?
So from Dr. Vishnu's story, what I picked up was his high point was his 11th and 12th. And what values were important for him was his strong work ethic, because he had a goal and he worked for it, worked very hard for it, and he had that independence of thought where he was driven and he was being responsible because he had a goal and he had to work towards it. He was being self-motivated and had a lot of positive thinking, because for most of us 11th and 12th, where we are setting out on a different career, is a very hard time, and he maintained a very positive thinking during that time, and he looks back on it as if it was a high point of his life and not a
So what
stressful.
were the values from that you identified?
I picked up that his work ethic was very strong, and he had a sense of responsibility that not many people at that age have, and that he had positive thinking because he looks back on it as a good time in his life.
All right, there we go. So we've all picked up now so many values, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is, because we're running out of time, we will go to this important part here. I'm going to ask you to look at this. These are different values, right? And some out of this you've all identified: compassion, some amount of courage, and there was a lot of appreciation, okay? You can see responsibility, self-motivation, you have described, okay? Dignity, empathy, you've spoken about, honesty. Okay, what I'm going to do now, this is values that matter most to me. So I'm going to go straight because we want to finish this. We will go here to this one called taking values back to life, okay? Now, at the end of this exercise, I want you should be able to select from this list of values that you identified that can be integrated into different aspects of working life, and then some practical ways of expressing these values. So you had the previous, we've listened to all this of all the different values that we came up in this short time. And I want you to now, I don't know if all of you who got the worksheet, I want you to take this back, and I want you to write down from this. I'll put back those values. What values will help you with when you're talking with patients and patients' family? What values will help me with my colleagues and my bosses? What values will inspire me throughout my working day? And how I can take what I've learned back today to my work team. I want you to please write that down. This is the important part. So we've got you to pick. And if you got the worksheet that I sent you, you will be able to choose a value which you will take back to work or for each situation or to your life. Note down some practical ways in which you would express this value through your behavior, your own behavior, and any chances, changes that you might make. For example, in the physical environment, administer whichever way you want. So, which value will I use with patients and clients or families? And how will I use it? You say, I'll show empathy or I'll show compassion. Then you need to write, how are you going to do it? What type of practical ways will you be listening, and will you show how will you practically show that value of compassion and empathy? What value will you help with in terms of your colleagues or with your consultant or your boss? Will you show respect? Will you show dedication? Will you show loyalty? And if that's what you chose, how are you going to show it? What type of things will you put, practical things that you'll put into your mind to get that? And what value will inspire you throughout your working day or your working life? Many of you have already said the ability to share knowledge, the ability to care. You got, when you got your past your exam, you knew you were going to be able to have work and share, work in the community, help people. So look at what values will inspire you. And then after all this, I want you to write down, how can I take what you've learned today with values back not only to your work, but to your life, to your family, and so forth. Okay? What value will inspire and motivate me? What values will help me bring positive changes in my environment, wherever you're working, or in your home? Or, how can I incorporate the ideas that we've thought of in terms of value into your work or home environment? Have all of you got the email I sent to you today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you look at that, you will have this worksheet. Can you fill that worksheet up? And then at the end of that, you'll have another sheet called an action plan. Okay? The action plan will tell you what you learned, what did you pick up, and how you're going to exercise, use it. Have a read of that action plan, and you'll be able to fill that up after we finish. Okay, now because of this, I have to go on. So I'm going to get you all to finish this up. You got the worksheet. I've put this there for you. I want you to look at 4 different areas of that you're going to pick up. Values that you'll take to your patients and your their family. Values that you'll and how you're going to use it. Values to your colleagues and for those of you, your consultant or your boss, and values that you're going to pick that will inspire you to continue to serve, to show compassion, to help, share knowledge. All this, you pick these values, and that's going to be with you throughout that will inspire you to continue to do the great work and to complete what you've been wanting to do. Okay. And I think okay, so I've got to go on, and this is an hour and a half. So I'm going to ask all of you, and if you don't have that, I'll ask Shiv or Amul, whoever I've sent that, take that action plan. Please fill up that action plan. And you'll find that it will be important that you fill that up so that later on you can use this workshop as an important, when you refer to these worksheets and all this, you'll learn that this has been important for you in your profession, in what you're doing, and what you're going to continue to do, not only in your work, but also in your life, your family, and so forth. So that's taking it. So we call that taking these values back to your life. Your life includes your professional life and your personal life. Okay, so then you fill up an action plan, which I've given you. It's all there in those. If you never received it, look at your email. It should be there. If not, Dr. Amul or Shiv will be able to send that to you. So let me close this now. And this is the closing. We opened it, so we close now with a minute of contemplation in silence. I want you to think, contemplate what you've done today, what you've shared in this little 90 minutes or 80 minutes or whatever we've done, 90 minutes, what we've been doing today, what we focused on, the things that meant a lot to each of us, what you learned from your high point, what were you already having in terms of values, and of course, how you will use these values now for enhancing your meaning and satisfaction in the profession, in your life, in your family life, to ultimately inspire you to continue to make this meaningful, significant change to the world around you and to the profession you've chosen. So we normally do these things, but there is no candle here, so we will say goodbye, stay safe, stay well, and wish each other goodbye. So that's closing with a positive center. Again, I said with a few words of minutes of contemplation. I want you to spend 1 minute, all what we took, values, learning, and what we've motivated you now, to just spend a minute, how you're going to take this back. We talked about you coming here. Now I want you to focus the roadway, the place, or the way, your journey from this virtual workshop to your work, to your life, to your work, and the values that you learned today, how they're going to be put back there. And after that, we shall close. And I wish you goodbye and wish you all the very best in your life ahead. Okay? Shiv?
Yes, sir. So thank you for taking time out and doing this workshop for all of us. I understand mostly this is a very long workshop. It's almost a day's workshop, and
Well, we do half a day, 4 hours, but different types. But we use
different
2
times,
out
yes.
of, yeah. But we needed a little more. That's why I wanted 15 minutes more, but unfortunately we started rather later. So doesn't matter,
sir.
but at least you know the concept of what we're talking. And I've given the worksheets. If they all filled the worksheets, they would have made a big difference here.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
So mostly they would have received an email by you. If not,
Yeah.
then they will contact me or Amol and we'll get done.
And get that. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So thanks a lot
Okay.
for all the
No,
time.
not at all.
and-
Thank you all, and great to see all of you. We'll see you
Yeah.
again. Okay,
Thank you,
during
sir.
the next 3 days or 4 days, we'll meet you again.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you all the participants for joining. We have another workshop starting right now, and we'll be closing this one. Okay. If you have any questions, I've shared my email ID as well as Amol's email ID in the chat box. Make sure you write to us, and also make sure that you fill that worksheet and send it to us so that we can forward it to Professor Russell. And if he has any comments or you want to talk to him about something, then that can be done. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Piyush, we can close the session.
All right. Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
very much.
Piyush, this workshop is done. We can close the session. We'll move on to the director's workshop.
All right, sir. His workshop will be on this link itself.
Which one? Directors?
Directors.
Oh, okay. Okay. Fine.
I'm so sorry for interrupting, but the link that I received for Dr. Princey Louis Palatti's workshop is actually this link.
Yes, I'm sorry. This is for Dr. Principalities.
Okay.
On platform B, we have Dr. Derek. He's joined over there.
So I'll join that workshop. Farhana, you can continue in this one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So would Farhana be coordinating over here?
Yes.
Okay.
Incidents where I was
Hi, Farhana.
Hello.
I'm audible, no? I'm
Yes.
Dr. Princey. Yeah. I'm ready to start whenever you all are. But Farhana, just tell me how much time I can go up to.
Ma'am, you can go up to 11 a.m.
Okay, fine. I'm good with that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I need two helps. In between, I will have a breakout room. Just 3 breakout rooms. Okay. And we have to get 12 participants for that breakout room.
Okay.
All right. So in a little while, give me 5-10 minutes. We
Yes,
will be
ma'am.
sharing the screen. Okay. Are the participants in? I mean, how many are there?
Ma'am, I don't think everyone has joined yet because this is the same link for the previous workshop.
Okay.
So please just give them 5 minutes.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'll just distribute the links right now.
Yeah. Okay, dear. Fine.
What I thought was.
Dr. Prince, would you please turn on your video? Let's check if it's working.
Check my video. They want to check my video. On the video on Gina. Yeah. 1 sec. Yeah. I'll just.
This is a very common situation, Dr.
Yes, I can see you very well.
Yes. Okay.
Farhana, would you like to check yours?
Yes, sure. Please give me 1 minute. My privacy settings are on.
All right.
Oh, done. Beautiful. Daniel, you.
Sky.
Yeah. My slide is visible and am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yeah. Okay, dear. I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Farhana will confirm that.
Yes. Thank you. And who is this?
My name is Piyush. I'm the host today.
Okay, Piyush.
Hello, can you see me?
Yes, Farhana.
Okay. Okay. I am so sorry for the background disturbance.
Don't worry. It's okay. Happens.
I'll just rename you to your name, okay? It says Fab's iPhone.
Yeah. So at some point you have to say it is not possible and without example. So please.
Ma'am, can we start?
Yeah, I'm ready to start. Can you tell me how many participants are there?
Right now there are 12 logged in. I am expecting more to log in as time goes.
Okay. Then I'm ready to start now. So I'll go with
Could I please introduce you?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining our workshop that is on setting your moral compass. It is by the very talented and the very well-known Dr. Princey Louis Palati. She has completed her post-graduation from the Goa Medical College as well as her PhD in Bioethics, Colombo University in 2014. And presently, she is a professor of pharmacology at Father Muller Medical College and as well as a visiting professor of bioethics at SRMC Chennai. Thank you, ma'am, for being here.
Thank you. And I would like to thank Ethos for bringing out such a wonderful year after year. Except for the COVID, we had a break, and we are the fourth time into the Ethos. I remember very beautifully how we had Ethos in Sevagram, then Amritsar and Warda, and now here. And this is virtual. And when it was physical, it was so wonderful to see all this young energy, boys and girls, all, ethos-fied, to say, it was a wonderful thing to see them really, and participating, and the interaction was way better. But these are pandemic days, and we have the Ethos, which was postponed because of COVID. It is happening now. And that is not all. It is indeed a good, welcome thing to have Ethos. And today is day one where we are having all the various workshops. So you may have been logged to, you had the choice of taking many workshops, and all those who happen to be here at this workshop, I would like you all to unmute yourself, identify yourself, and tell in short, tell me from where you are, and we will just go on from there. I believe we are just 12 right now, Farhana. So yes, can we have them to unmute? So quickly tell me what you expect from this session. Also, what you expect to get from this session.
Ma'am, shall I go first?
Yes, go ahead.
Ma'am, I think that setting a moral compass is such an important thing to do in the profession that we are in. So I just want to see where, if I have faults of any while we are going through your workshop, and just correct myself and just better myself and my moral compass.
Thank you.
Can you please have, thank you, ma'am. Can you please have the other participants also unmute themselves and please speak?
Hello, can I go?
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, ma'am, and everybody else. I'm Ridul Sharma. I'm a fourth year medical student from Amaltas Institute of Medical Sciences, Devas. And for me, understanding what is good and bad morally in the clinical field, this is what I would learn by the end of this session. I hope so that I do this. Thank you.
I think you should be getting it. Thank you, Pratyush. Next.
Can we please have Gurpreet Singh? Okay, can we please have Rohan Kumar?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Rohan Kumar from Rangaraya Medical College, a third year medical student from Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh. So I'm expecting, given the medical education have become more and more competitive, a good moral compass is definitely necessary for us to be enough competitive in the new medical profession.
Yeah. Thank you. You will get this objective completed, okay, by the end of the session. Thank you, dear. Next.
Can we please have Shashank Gotarkar? Shashank, can you hear me? Ma'am, I think there's some network issue. That's why they're not responding right now.
Okay.
Can we please have Yuvraj? Ma'am, my apologies. I think they have some network issues.
Okay. I wonder if you are hearing me right, friends. I just hope you are hearing me at least. And you can see the slides even if you don't unmute, but this session will not be the same without your participation. Okay. So we are into ethos. So what is ethos? Ethos, as I have written down here, it is a novel, and it is, you cannot say it in a single word. You have to use multiple words to tell what is ethos? The individual. This is the meaning of ethos, and that is why we have ethos about medical medical ethics and biomedical ethics, and it is the great it is the whole motivation. Okay, ethos. So when we say ethos, it's a word filled with feeling. Okay, so I would rather have a disclaimer that all the incidents and things that are being mentioned are not it's personal and not of the any institution or any other. So this is the disclaimer that I have at the beginning, and I would like to set you on the track with the specific learning objective for this session. And as all of you all have mentioned, is to understand the concept of the basic human values that a doctor and healthcare professional should have. Okay, and for this reason, we will be planning across going through the various human values, how to inculcate them, and how to set our compass right. So that is our SLO for today. So that's the track plan that I have given, and I solicit your interaction and cooperation. Without this, this won't be a workshop, it will be just a lecture, and that is not going to help, right? That is why. Okay, so friends, we have to see the role of the human being in the larger order of the world, in the order of the world, as mankind has evolved, we can see the evolution of man has brought into a human dominated, it is the human dominated, and it is mainly anthropocentric, that is towards the world is meant for the human being, and the human has the dominion over the whole world. So there are inherent human values that have to be present within us, and those values are what we are going to focus and concentrate on. So also we see man. You see, this is the original picture of the thinking man. Man is a rational social being. What made us rational is the prefrontal cortex that helps us to reason and understand. So that is the basic human values and the professional ethics. So that is how you have to blend. Why we are teaching you human values today? It's not that you do not have human values. I'm sorry. If you are well groomed, well informed, and you all are having good human values, and that is the reason why you are here at this place. But in the aspect of professional ethics, we need to build ourselves. We have to hone the saw. I could tell you the story of a man, a woodcutter. He is being told to cut a huge log of tree is given to him, and by evening 5 p.m. he has to cut it all into small pieces, and his saw is not sharp, and he is ragad ke he's trying to cut and get it into the pieces before the evening is up. And someone passing by sees him putting all the pressure and taking extra time, and the work is not efficient, and they ask him to go take the time out to sharpen the saw, but he refuses to do so. Friends, you and I, we should not be like the woodcutter, and we would rather take the time to sharpen the saw and make it so sharp that we can cut with minimum effort, and the work will be done also as quickly. But when you're trying to go with that unsharpened saw, with the blunt saw, you're not going to achieve, and your effort will be, and you will be distressed in the end. Okay, so that is one of the points that I should like to bring out, and that is the reason why we are going to It's not that all of y'all and me and you have no human values. We have it, but we are going to sharpen the saw. And that is our focus for today. Sharpening the saw so that all these human values come to the forefront when we are talking about professional ethics. And that is why we have to set our compass right, so to speak. Your compass, if you could say any other term, it would be different, but compass is the one that is always pointing to the north, whatever be it, isn't it? So your compass is there. Your conscience is there. Your human values are there. But let us come to realize what we are doing, and then we will understand. So here I'm showing you the importance of human values. What does human values do? This the values and the virtues are practiced in the university. They are the heavily influences, this heavily influences the professionals and the leaders. Okay. And that makes up for a difference. Okay. Another aspect about the importance of human values and its understanding is simultaneous with academic excellence. All those campuses which had ethics courses, curricula, they were excelling. So not only you're a good person, plus your academic excellence goes hand in hand. So that is the reason why we are having this workshop today. Now, so what do you value? Do you value? What do you value? So friends, what you value and what the values, where do values come from? Your values and mine, they come right from the day we are born and from the surrounding that we are with. Our first teachers, our parents, those around us, the family members, the neighbors, the society we are living in, the geographical location and its people, the religious leaders of whom we follow, all these, the school that you go to, the upbringing that you have, all this is setting your values. Also, the experiences that you have had also shape up your values. You know, you some bad experiences would, you know, allow you from being, you may do away with one of, you cannot trust people, you know, where 2-3 times you have been, you have put your entire trust in a person, and then you find that people are not trustworthy, then you consider the whole world as a whole, no one is trustworthy, you know. So those kind of things. So where do values and your things come from are inherent. It is intrinsic to us. And how do you value? What do you value? So friends, I would like you to go into our exercise, activity 1, that is, so take your paper in front of you and just jot down some of the human values that you think is important, that you think. That's all. Can you do that? Just a moment. Just jot down as many as you can think, and just when you're done, you unmute yourself and just tell me some of them. Yes. Yes, my dear friends.
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, ma'am. According to me, one value is compassion, and another I like to say is altruism. Even though altruism is not shared, is not showed by all the entire human population, but I'll go out on a limb here and say maybe 50%, at least the female population has an inherent inbuilt mechanism of altruistic capability. Yeah, ma'am.
Well said, my dear. You're good, Prit. What's your name?
Hello, ma'am. I'm Natasha Sharma from Guwahati Medical College.
Okay, Natasha. Nice, Natasha. Next, anyone else? Rohan? Yeah.
Hello, Ma'am Midul.
Mithun. Okay.
Ma'am, some of the human values that are required in our medical field could be trust, hope, responsibility.
Very good. Trust, hope, responsibility. Hope is very nice, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Always we should have hope, even if I am having the last stages of cancer, okay? And you know your patient is going to die. We as a doctor should also have hope, and we should impart that hope to the patient also. You know, you should never take away hope, even in the last stages, right? Thank you. That was nice. Any others would like to share?
Ma'am, empathy, honesty, and kindness are core values in my view.
Okay. You said honesty. I like that very much. I mean, these are all common to all of us, are saying the similar ones. But honesty, can you just tell a little bit about why you said honesty?
In our profession, being honest is so important because we need to be very straightforward with the patients. We can't hide because it's their right to know the things which they are experiencing.
Right. So that's a very well said point, my dear. That honesty, I will come again later in our slide. You know, I will bring you to it. Okay. What's your name, my boy?
Rohan Kumar.
Rohan. Okay. Rohan, I'll get back to you on this when we come further into the slides. Okay. When I talk about duty of candor. So please be awake and tell me what you're doing, what we should do then. Okay.
Sure.
So, yeah. So anyone else with another list other than the ones which have been already mentioned? Can you tell any other human value?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, according to me, respect, dignity, empathy,
very good,
patience, courage.
Yes.
That must be valued in our profession.
Yes, very well said, my girl. You have put it on the dot. That is dignity. Human dignity is the one upon which everything else is built. It is the cornerstone of not only ethics, law, and all professions. And if you see, ethics is there not only for medical ethics, there is journalist ethics, there is business ethics, correct?
Yeah,
yes, no? Huh. So ethics sab jagah hote hain. So that's why. So I think I'll stop for now because we are getting all of the same values crowding up. And what you have mentioned is extremely correct and right. And if you listen to Kiran Bedi, our IPS and the governor of, she was in Orissa, whenever she goes to the IIMs for talks, she talks about probity. And this is a word. You have heard of the word probity, I hope. And probity, if you don't, and you are practicing it, so know what it is. It is probity. So probity is it is the adherence to good moral ways and how you live with it. So living in a proper manner is probity. Okay, so we are all called to be probitus. Okay, so that is going about what is a virtue? What is a virtue? Virtue is a trait or a characteristic that is important. And when we say a virtuous man, even if you were to see a respectable person, is a person who is virtuous. And what are those? Or you mentioned those points. Remember, they are examples of virtues: honesty, generosity, kindness. You have mentioned all of this, tolerance, okay, and also integrity. Integrity is very one. We will be talking about each one of those in as we come along. So a virtuous characteristic, a virtuous person is what whenever we think about is this a right way to do or is this a wrong way to do, then we call upon a person who is virtuous. What would he do in that situation? That is considered as a man who or a person who is having all the virtues, all these good characteristics. How he would act in a situation would be the right way. And we have one theory of ethics as virtue ethics. Okay, so a virtuous person will do things the right way, and that's what we are trying to be. So what are the virtues? These are the list of them. And here we see, yes, I hope you can see the slide very clearly. This is what Aristotle has said about virtues. And a moral virtue, okay, this is what he has to say. Isn't it very poignant? At this point, I would also like to tell you, we are talking about values, and we are talking about, when we talk about values, we are also talking about values as a, why we are having this workshop is also because values, when you remember, the values are like lighthouses. They are the signals that give direction, motivation, and purpose. So a value, a human value that you base on gives you direction, purpose, and motivation to do it. Okay. So who is a virtuous person? You are not bad. You're not an angel, nor you're a devil. You're in between. Okay. I will show it by doing another exercise. Okay. So this is who is a virtuous person. Now, one of the most important terms that you all said about basic human values was compassion, sympathy, and empathy. Okay, compassion, sympathy, and empathy. All these are coming through. So compassion is the genuine wish to do something for them. Okay, you should have compassion when you see a situation. Sometimes, you know, many people, and I hear some of the youngsters, not all of them, some of the teens would say, compassion is a mushy feeling. It's a soft skill. It's not needed. Like, you know, it's too soft a thing. It's not necessary. I'm sorry. Even I have heard some of the great doctors themselves are telling that compassion, what is compassion? I mean, why we should talk about compassion? And sir said, compassion, it's for the nurses, not for us doctors. Do you agree? Yeah, compassion is for all of us, especially as doctors. We have to have a bandar of compassion, so to speak. You should have a lot of compassion in you, and then only you can have better, you can connect with your patient better and have a better relationship. Okay, so that was about compassion, you would know. And what is empathy? Now, this is beautiful how she has defined empathy. This Renee Brown is a researcher come teacher, and she has done work on shaming, you know, shame. What is shame and how it feels to be shaming. So that is one of the definitions of what is empathy. So empathy, everybody talks of empathy, empathetic conversation, empathetic interaction, and a doctor should have empathy. Nurses should have empathy. So what do you mean by empathy? It's not only what doctors and nurses should feel, it's what all of us as human beings should feel to another is empathy. Standing in the shoes of another. Excuse me. Standing in the shoes of another, understanding from their perspective how the situation is. Oftentimes what happens is I think my way, and when I hear someone say another, it'll be in a different manner, which is not very correct. Okay, and you cannot appreciate everyone is not that is different is not wrong. Okay, if they are not thinking like you, means they are not on the wrong path. I am also right, he is also right, that kind of a situation. So that is empathy. Okay, so empathy, you should distinguish it from sympathy. Empathy, sympathy, and compassion. These are words that sort of overlap in a way, but that difference is there. There is a difference. The difference is in the engagement. In empathy, you are actually feeling the patient's pain, his suffering. You can understand from his perspective. And that only happens when you have a understanding heart and a wish to listen and understand the patient. So sympathy is on the lesser of the target and empathy is higher on the list. So this is where I have clearly shown you the difference between sympathy, empathy, and compassion, right? Sympathy, empathy, and compassion. Okay. Here I show only the difference between sympathy and empathy. You got that? Okay. So can you put this into perspective? Can any one of you volunteer to tell me how you would say this is sympathy and this is empathy? Anyone? Don't hesitate, my friends. We have to listen. We have to be interactive. I solicit your cooperation.
Would Sarang like to speak? Dr. Sarang, would you like to speak?
Yeah. Hello, ma'am. I think the perfect example for differentiating sympathy and empathy would be if we have suffered the same medical condition previously. For example, if somebody had kidney stone and now a patient comes to me with kidney stone, so immediately I can feel for him. That I can feel the empathy for it. Maybe not sympathy, but empathy. That I knew the same pain through which I went last time. So I think maybe that's something we can put into empathy. And sympathy would be, yes, I feel for you. I know I don't exactly know the pain, but I can feel for you.
Yes.
I think that would be simple.
Okay. Empathy, as you said, if I have experienced it, I can well understand what the patient is going through. But, oftentimes we cannot experience everything. And it has been very clearly told that we have to learn from others' mistakes. Have you heard? And learn from others' experiences. So empathy should come even if we have not experienced the same situation. We have to, go into that state of understanding and think about it and feel what he would be facing. That's why I said empathy is standing in the shoes of the patient and understanding his impact. What you said is very right. If I have undergone a kidney stone and I see a patient of kidney stone, I understand him thoroughly. Correct. My empathy would be absolute. But yes, even without undergoing the heart attack or the stroke, we can be empathetic too. That's all. You put it nicely. Thank you, my boy. Yeah. Next, I'm clearing out the factors about empathy and in sympathy. Yeah, this is the underlying statement that you see. Sympathy is divided, but empathy is wholesome, right? So this is empathy. Next, we come into what are the importance of human values. So we see the importance of human values. It comes from understanding the attitudes and behaviors of, it helps us to understand others' behavior and attitudes and motivation. It also helps us to helps us in understanding what is right and wrong. And the second one, it influences the it also influences what we do. And the last one I would say is it also provides the way in understanding human and organization. Okay, like a healthcare team, you are supposed to work in a healthcare team with the nurses, with the attenders, with the security personnel, with the higher authorities, and all of them. So their understanding of the human values do help. Okay, so some of the important human values have been jotted down here, just as you have said in our first activity. And we have seen what is empathy, compassion, integrity. And there are certain other things, simple things that which we take for granted, like gratitude, appreciation, right? Gratitude, appreciation, integrity. Altruism is the feeling of doing something without thinking of a return, doing something absolutely. Actually, when we do altruism, as she had beautifully pointed out, participant, I would like to tell altruism is one of them where we do things without. In US, you must have seen that picture of Barack Obama serving soup in the soup kitchens. Yeah. So when you do volunteering work, like in the soup kitchens or elsewhere, here also, when you serve food to the hungry, there are so many volunteering organizations. Rotaract does that. So many during this pandemic, they distributed food to the hungry and to those who didn't have, for the guest workers, migrant laborers who are out of their who couldn't get home and they were not having the facilities. So all those, when you hand over something, giving is something that is natural to a human being. Giving, okay, is natural. It is inherent in a human being. So when you give altruistically without expecting something in return, that is giving you. And more than what you give, the one who's giving is gaining a lot of peace, mental happiness, and his health is better, because they have done a study on those who are doing altruistic work, and they found that these people are having eudaimonia, a complete kind of happiness that is not material happiness, not related. It's not a hedonic happiness. Hedonic is materialistic pleasures. Okay, eudaimonia, that is the beautiful word that is given. And when there are people with eudaimonia, there are some of them are doing absolutely for the mere pleasure of doing something for another. Those people have a healthy and a good life, and they have lesser tendency for their immune reactions are better, and they do not fall ill. The reticuloendothelium system is not aggressive, and they are less chance to get autoimmune, is some of the things that have been told and seen in some research studies. Okay, so that's about altruism. Okay, I'll take each of these things individually. Every human being is the author of his own health, and so this is what has been said by Buddha, the very wise saying. And this is what is the meaning of healing. This is the meaning of health. I would like you to look at the definition of health. And before that, I'll just tell you a little bit about gratitude. Gratitude is another saying a thank you, feeling that gratitude. You have to first feel it. It's not just enough to say a placatory word such as thank you, just thank you, without feeling it. But you should be thankful for all that has happened to you, all the good things. We never think of, how many good things we have had. We'll only say, oh, I got a Honda Brio car. I do not have a Honda Amaze car. You would always compare and find yourself running short because you're comparing with the one who is someone else who is higher, but you're not looking at all the aspects of that person. And you're not comparing yourself with the others. This problem of comparison, that is the negative point in whole thing. I had a friend of mine who was looking at a class reunion picture, and she's looking and she's saying, who looks the best among all? I mean, that's not a comparison. Everyone's good, everyone's nice. So gratitude is a expression that we have, and that expression makes things easy. Easy for us. The one who is expressing gratitude and feels that I have been given this, and you feel thankfulness to that, that is very, very important. And that gives you a peace of mind, and that helps you to be a lot more content. Okay. And there is this, there is a whole day's talk. You can have a conference just on gratitude. Dr. Russell takes a wonderful session on gratitude. There's so much to it, and there are beautiful books also free on the net, also available, about gratitude, a handbook of gratitude. Okay. So try thanking everyone, even the one who is mean to you. And in fact, if it weren't for that person, you wouldn't have gone that step higher and developed ourselves into a little more, and you become resilient because of that negative experience. So gratitude is a very wholesome emotion and a value that should be. A person who is always grateful is always better endowed to living in this world in a better manner. That's about gratitude. So today on, I expect all of y'all to feel in your mind. In fact, before going to sleep every night, you could just take 2 minutes, before the eyes, before you drift into sleep, just think for 2 minutes. What were the good things that happened? Take stock of what are the things, and I should be thankful. Oh, that person helped me. Or this thing happened. Sometimes someone has helped and you never even realized it. Leave alone mention it. Okay, mentioning is good, but also the feeling should be there in your heart. Another thing is appreciation. Appreciation. This is something we never praise anybody, no. I don't know about you. I was hesitant to praise, and I don't like also if somebody praises me, so I used to feel that is flattery. But there are times when you have to appreciate the efforts taken by another. And when you appreciate, you are going to keep that cycle going all around, the cycle goes all around. That is appreciation. So, and when you appreciate, oh, that was nice. Oh, at last today you come on time. So that, when you appreciate badly, putting a criteria, then that is not an appreciation. Your appreciation should be whole. Don't say, oh, you're so wonderful. No, that's not an appreciation. That is too vague. You should be specific when you appreciate. For what action, for what particular thing you are appreciating him or her for. It should be specific. Otherwise, it is just, just a word. it's not from the heart, you know. So often, even when you appreciate, you say, you've come today, you're doing a lot of work, should always be like this, means you are not always like this. So again, you're within the appreciation, you're putting a barb of an insult. Okay, so when we appreciate, let us appreciate wholly. Okay, so learn to appreciate everyone wholly. Okay. Next, yes. Kindness is there in us by the potful. Okay, it should be there in our veins by the potful. So kindness makes kind actions, little things, you know. When someone is just carrying a heavy load, you know, you could just go little way, you can carry a little of the burden of an old lady or a gentleman with so many files in his hand or something, you could help. And this is something also very important. I know you all are aware of these things, so I shall not go too much into it. All of these you are aware, but I'm just taking compassion, very much an important value that is to be seen. Yeah, this is another aspect about integrity. What is integrity? Now, at this point, I would just like to ask you, friends, unmute and answer me after I tell you the situation. There is a 5 rupee note fallen down on the, you don't get 5 rupee note. Okay, you get 5 rupee coin on the ground, on the road, and you look at it, and will you pick it up? What will you do? Will you just pass it? What will you do if you saw a 5 rupee coin on the road and there's nobody else on the road? No one sees. Anyone? What will you do if you found a 5 rupee note or a 5 rupee coin on the floor and there's no one around? Unmute and tell.
Would Dr. Mridul like to speak?
Yeah. I would pick it up and later on give it to a poor person.
Okay. Now, Mridul, shall I change the situation? You're
Yes,
walking
ma'am.
in the corridor of a building, a nice posh building, say Burj Khalifa, okay, or our one of the nice building. Endless corridor is there, no people are there, and there is a nice 2,000 rupee note on the ground, and no people coming in front of you, behind you, in front, on in the whole corridor. It's empty, and it's an endless long corridor. What would you do?
I would pick it up and give it to the security guard or security in charge of that place.
Yes, of that place. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. No, that's what we would normally. Otherwise, there are some who would have just left it. So when we are talking about integrity is the what you would do, what you have all, we all have our human values, but in the absence of anybody looking at you or watching you, would you do it the same way or would you do it another way, even when you're not going to be found out? You know, there was jewelry or something there, and then somebody, no one is there around to claim for it, and you just took it and no one will ever come to know that you had picked up. In that case, what would you do? Or that maybe you and I would not do, but what about if you're driving through a road at 11 o'clock in the night and there are no rules and the signals are not working because it's been put off, and you have to take a U-turn and go, and you are would you take it by going by the whole roundana, or you would just cut across? What would you do, Mridul?
Mama, usually cut off.
Because you're not breaking any rule. No, you're not
Yes,
breaking
ma'am.
any rule. Correct. And the road is free and safe. Correct. Yeah, I also would do that. The road is free and safe, no vehicles coming across. Why I should waste my petrol by taking the whole roundabout and going there? So that's what we do. But that's a common thing that we do. But friends, that's a little thing that can be okay. That was just a mild example. But even in the big things, even if you're not going to be found out, how would you behave? That is the meaning of integrity. Okay. And when I talk about integrity, I just remember Elvis Presley. Do you know who is Elvis Presley?
Yes, ma'am.
The singer, no, Elvis Presley. He has said that values are like fingerprints. Values are like fingerprints. None of them are the same. My values are different from yours, is different from Rohan's, is different from Vimal's and Gurpreet's and Farhana's, etc. All our values, same thing, but our order and priority may be different. So it's all different. All our human values are different. But as Elvis Presley has said in his statement, I will re-quote it. Values are like fingerprints. None of them are the same, but they are there in the fingerprints are there in everything, all over, in everything that you do. So, you know, the way you work and how you go about, all that is helping you and showing your grit. Like if there is Mridul is, you know, if you're working in a hospital and you're there, we would be missing you for your absence of your, you know, that nice jokes that you crack, or your fun, or the smile that you always come in, although you're a quiet person. Or maybe whenever you walk in, you are very you know, praising everyone and coming in, you know, it's like sunshine into the room, that kind of a thing. So that's what is integrity that we're talking about. So as I'm taking you through the various giving is another very, very important aspect. I have also told you about altruism, that is giving without return. So in this one only will come also the word of giving. Now, growth, how we grow. You are a human being. All of us as a human being, we have, as I said, man is a rational being, man is a social being, and man has been given the free will. We can do as we please, but and we have also the full potential for excellence and growth. Okay, that is an inherent human basic need, or you can call it also as a right. That is growth. We are allowed to grow, and for this growth to happen, tomorrow I have to become assistant professor, associate professor, senior resident, and HOD, and the principal, and whatever, you know, your growth, your senior consultant, you will be the head of the of a big multi-professional unit. You'll be the head of it. So all these points are not any less. You are allowed the free will to grow and excel in every domain. But friends, please note, whenever we are excelling and whenever we want to find a place on the top up there, it's not a point where you have to stamp on another's toe and stand on another's back by pushing another down. We all have the place to stand. Okay, so you don't have to cut down someone for you to rise. Your marks, you need not compare with the highest one in the class and be sad or good about it. You make sure that your whatever marks you've got now, you upgrade it, you escalate those marks in your next session. So that is a better comparative, and that will help you to grow better than the negative part of comparison. It is like, otherwise you would be just cockeyed among the blind. You want to be the best, right? So that is one point I would just like to bring out on peace. This is another thing. This peace does not come without the feeling of equality, without a focus on peace, without being optimistic And without having the humility, we can't attain peace. So you see, one human value, and there are so many others attached to it. We should also have family, friends, interaction, interpersonal relationships, and all this goes to being family and interpersonal relationship. All this works with all this works with family and interpersonal relationship. All this works with important human values that go across, and that maintains relationship and trustworthiness. Okay. And another thing is friendship, family, kinship. All this are part of it. And friendship comes on a basal level of human trust, understanding. So that there again, knowing the human values that direct and motivate your friend, you can be a better friend, right? And that maintains relationships. Yeah. And also we are communication is important. There is a separate workshop only on communication. So much of it is needed. And happiness and joy. Never think that happiness comes at the end. When I get my MD, when I become a surgeon, I will be happy. No, friends, it doesn't work that way. Happiness is along the way, not at the end of it. Okay, so happiness is along the way, and happiness, you should be always, when you're thankful of your life that you're living and you're happy, you have your parents, you have your people with you, that makes you happy, and that is ultimate happiness. And contentment, happiness, contentment, joy, they're three different words. They are three different aspects that are told. Okay, so happiness we are looking is eudaimonia, and contentment is being satisfied, and you don't need anything more. It's you must have heard that quotation that, you know, happiness, you keep your ambitions high but your needs low. So the and disappointment will not be there. So we should also look into the right conduct. When you have to have a right conduct, what we need is the self-help skills that should be there for maintaining myself. Aren't we all hygienic? Aren't we having bath daily, brushing teeth twice a day? You learned in school onwards, right? You're being modest, and you're having you're also having self-reliance. You rely on yourself and not on locus outside you. You should rely on yourself because you can trust mainly yourself to do everything, and never keep your trust on others, how others would feel, how others would do, what others would say. That is of no importance to you. As long as you're doing the right thing in the right path, that's not a locus of interest. Don't try to please everyone. You will not please others, you will not please yourself. Okay, but we have to be within limits, correct? And good behavior and good manners go hand in hand, and also our self-awareness, and also environmental awareness, and being of good conduct. You and I are living in a good world. You don't litter around, you are careful with the greens. You know, it's actually, you know, if I see my students, I have pots in my department, and if the students are pulling off their leaves, I feel if you pull off the leaf, it'll be equivalent to pulling off your limb. So don't do that. Don't pluck off the flowers from a tree unless you're putting it for an important purpose. So these are all the aspects that come into being of right conduct. Now we see this is another aspect of truth telling, and that comes with accuracy and authenticity. The truth, satyameva jayate. Truth, authenticity, the quest for knowledge and truth is also inherent in us. Okay. And whenever you say, now, if I'm giving this talk, I cannot talk it out of my head. I have to get authentic material to present to you. If I didn't do that, I would be against truthfulness. I would be against veracity. This phenomena is called as veracity or truthfulness. And at this time, I would like to bring us into this thought called as therapeutic privilege. What do you mean by a therapeutic privilege? Is one of the privilege you as a doctor will take when you do not inform your patient of his condition or his problem, because it would cause harm to him. Only on that count, because it would harm him, that information. But again, it is the patient to him who has the problem, patient who has come to you as a doctor. And as a doctor, when the results are done, you have to give them the true information, because that is not yours not to give. The doctor-patient relationship is a fiduciary relationship that is based on trust. So therapeutic privilege you can use for the sake of the patient. Sometimes you may not disclose all, but I would say you should always give the patient the truth, but jor ka dakka dheere se. You can tell him in bits and prime him to him, so that when he hears that I have a terrible cancer which is non-curable, I will not be going suicidal or vindictive or such thing. The patient will not do so. So that's when you would use the therapeutic privilege of not telling the patient everything. Okay. Now, if you see in the UK and the Europe, they have this duty of candor. What is the meaning of duty of candor? Rohan, would you like to read this out, please?
Sure.
Yeah.
Statutory obligation, individual professionals under a duty to inform the organization or relevant incidents. Healthcare provider organizations under a duty to inform the patient. And statutory sanction is willful obstruction of these duties should be a criminal offense. Deliberate deception of patients in performing duty should be a criminal offense. No censoring of critical internal reports and full information for parents. Remedy for patients for non-performance of duty of candor.
Yeah, this slide also.
Duty of candor. From 1st April 2018, all organizations in Scotland who provide health or social care to the public will have a statutory duty of candor. The duty applies to a subset of adverse events where a defined level of harm has occurred and the event was not expected as part of care or service delivery plan. Duty of candor is part of the wider adverse event policy and procedure, as is closely mapped against the significant adverse event process. Being open is an improvement program that has been used to implement the principles of openness and transparency. When things go wrong in our organization, some people of the same principles of being open are now a legal duty under duty of candor regulations.
Yes.
Apology is a major part of both duty of candor and being open.
Yeah. Thank you, Rohan. So what you said about honesty, truthfulness, okay, that is now come to, in certain areas only they have duty of candor. Now, if we were to have it, it means that if I do not follow this duty of candor, I can be, you saw in the previous slide, it is a legal need, and I can be penalized if I have not told the patient the truth. Sometimes, as we said, in adverse drug reaction may occur, and the patient is thinking it is part of this disease, but he doesn't know that it is a drug reaction. And it is my duty as a doctor to tell him that it was a drug reaction, or it was a, some fault during the surgery, or some treatment failure. It is the patient's body that you're dealing with. So he has a right. What happens to my body, I have a right to know, isn't it? So similarly, the patient has a right to know. So that is why this duty of candor is coming as a rule. So you have to be honest by force. That's what I'm trying to bring up, so simple things. You remember often in the 2000 and in the 90s, with road traffic accidents happen, no one would go to pick up the patient on the road and put him into a hospital, and they lost the golden hour where we could have saved the patient just for blood loss, and because of that, they had advertisements saying that please take the patient to in the radio. If you'd see Vivid Bharati and all, they would put the ads before the whenever there was a break, they used to put ads saying that when you see some accident, please take the patient. It may be your father or your child, So we have to advertise these things. We have come to that stage. Somewhere down the line, the moral fabric is getting eroded, right? So this is duty of candor that comes with truthfulness. Another important thing is peaceful coexistence in this human world that we are living in. We need to have the coexistence that comes properly. And to be peacefully coexistent, you should have the features of adaptability. Have you heard the word that's saying, do in Rome as Romans do? So you have to follow that way of doing. Correct. So you should have empathy, you should have compassion, you should have human dignity, that is respecting the other person. And you should be having benevolence, kindness, and adaptability and harmony. Only then there will be peaceful coexistence. There should be another word I have missed out here is tolerance. At this point, I would talk about tolerance. It's like how you're tolerating my lecture. All of you are sadly sitting there and listening to my boring lecture. Maybe you're tolerating it because you may get a few little good things, maybe, but you're tolerating quite a bit of all these things. So that's what I mean by peaceful coexistence, which we need to have. And now I go into the second activity. Let us have how many of you all are there, Farhana? How many of them are there?
Ma'am, there are 17 joined now.
17 joined, no? So
Yes.
let's take 12 of them and put 3 into each breakout room, and where you will discuss how you will show. At the end, you will discuss in your breakout room, no? Your 4 of you will be put together, discuss how you will show a situation. There are 3 questions given here. For the first group, how in a role play you will express how you will express compassion. Show a small skit like, okay, we will put your pictures together and open up, unmute your videos, and you can emote and act and talk. So it looks like a virtual. So all your 4 people who are there, volunteers, will be pinned up together, and we can see how you do it. Is that okay?
Yes.
Group 2 will be doing about, you will do the using the role play, you will show expression of gratitude, and group 3 will be showing how to appreciate. Good ways, wrong ways, 2-3 examples you can take. So are we ready? Farhana, will you take care? We'll give them 5 minutes. 5 minutes enough, friends? You all need 5 minutes to prepare. You can take local props that you have around you and use also. Okay.
I request the DigiShield host to please divide us into break rooms. Hello? Mr. Piyush?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, could you please divide us into break rooms now?
How many rooms would you need, and how many?
Three. Wait, there are three groups here. So around, we need three groups. So just divide us equally.
Equally, all right.
Yeah.
Are you say you have been? No, you're not asking that. You're not saying are you going to
Except Dr. Princey and you.
challenges, you know? This is enough. There's no point in trying to help people when you don't have the information yourself.
Mr. Piyush, could you please share the screen of Dr. Princey?
She's in a group, I think.
Okay, because I really wanted to see that slide which says group 1, group 2, group 3. Could you please direct me to where Dr. Princey is, if you don't mind?
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Piyush. I'm so sorry to bother you again and again. I just wanted to ask. So how do I like navigate between the break rooms if I want to? Because I'm pressing those 3 dots at the end, but I'm not able to go through each break room.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I have just made you the co-host. Now you can try.
Okay. It says security, then says record to the cloud, chat, meeting settings, minimize meeting, background and filters.
Breakout room. You have an option there.
No, I can't see that option.
Breakout room को option होगा ना भाई. Are you on a phone?
Yeah, I'm on my iPhone.
iPhone, yeah.
Yeah.
3 dot settings more वाले में. More. Click on tap on more and you must see breakout rooms over there somewhere.
I just see chat, and then I see security, record to the cloud, meeting settings, minimize settings.
You're not using another device, right? Just this one.
I have an iPad. That's all I have.
I can see another account by your name.
By my
That's why
name?
I'm asking.
Oh no.
Okay, not more than that. Okay. You should be able to see actually.
I just see security, record to cloud, chat, meeting settings, minimize settings, background and filters. That's all I see.
Okay, maybe उसके बाहर.
उसके बाहर मुझे कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है. मुझे बस Zoom participants में भी नहीं दिख रहा है कुछ भी.
Okay, tell me where you want to go.
Can I go to the break room 1? Actually, I have to go to all 3. I just have to explain to them what to do.
Okay, come back here. I'll put you in.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'm so sorry
No
for
problem.
the
No problem.
inconvenience.
I'm around.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Piyush, could you please take out everyone from the breakout room?
Yep, will do.
Thank you. Ma'am, can we start? Dr. Princy, ma'am? There's someone with the name iPhone on the participants. Could you please introduce yourself?
Sorry, what was that?
No, I was just saying that there's a person with the name iPhone. Could you please introduce yourself, person?
I'll slide it down. ആയിക്കോട്ടെ ഇതിനു വേണ്ടി
Dr. Princy, ma'am. Yeah, could we start with
pin up the team members of the group, whichever group.
Okay. So from group 1, it's me and Dr. Kuhu. So I'll just pin us both.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Can everyone see us both?
Yeah. Okay. Both of you all are visible.
Okay, thank you.
Great, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, Farhana, look, there's somebody on the road. He's injured.
I don't want to go there. Can we please just go back home?
No, let's go and see if we can help him.
No, I really don't want to. There's too much blood and I can't see blood. I just can't.
Farhana, don't act like that. Today it's him, tomorrow it could be you or your family member. We need to be compassionate towards him and let's help him.
Yeah, I think you're right.
We are from medical profession and we need to be compassionate towards people and help them.
Yeah, you do have a point. I think you're right. Let's go.
Let's see.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. That was our.
Yeah, that was good. You showed compassion for a person who is lying on the road. Yeah, that was a good role play. Let's go on to group 2.
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yes. Group 2 would be me and Rohan.
Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Rohan. Where the mind is without you. Can you off it now? There. Yeah. One more. Just 1 minute. I'm just until you get ready. I'm just checking my video one more. അത് ഓൺ ചെയ്തോ കുഴപ്പമില്ല. Okay, so you can start, boys. Go
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am. So, hello Rohan, how are you?
Good morning, doctor. I'm fine.
Yeah. So, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, going quite well. I'm just tensed about my results.
Yeah, we took your RT-PCR samples yesterday, so they came out today, and it is negative. It's great.
Oh, nice. It's good to hear because it's been a long suffering of COVID-19 since 1 month, and it's quite hard to get through.
Yeah, we can see that you are feeling really well, and since your tests have come negative, I guess we can discharge you. Should we discharge you, or do you want to stay a day or more?
Yeah, please discharge me, doctor. Thank you. It's so grateful to hear this. Like, only because of your care and support that I'm being discharged safely. I know it's been a hard time for you. There are many patients to look after in this hospital, but you've been so consistent and delivered the care persistently. So I'm of good health. Thank you, doctor.
Yeah, it's not only because of me, it's also because you did everything we asked of you. You took the medications on time and you took proper rest.
Yeah, thank you, doctor. So grateful to be here.
Thank you, ma'am. That was
Yeah,
our
that was good. You have shown about you are thanking a doctor for his consistent treatment, and that too of a pandemic where he himself would be, at risk. And they have treated, and you have explained. Yes. So you understand what will happen if you thank the doctor for what he has done. That is his duty to do, but he has done it a little more than above his duty. And when you thank, you always, it becomes like a circle. It goes around and it comes back to you only. That's how it is. So thank you for that depiction. Group 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Rohan. Thank you, Dr. Mridul. Now, I would like to ask Dr. Natasha and Dr. Gurmehar to start. I'll just pin you up right now. Dr. Natasha, Dr. Gurmehar, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Is Dr. Gulmeha here?
Oh, no, I can't see her.
Okay, so I can't go alone.
No, just hold on.
Did she tell you she was leaving for something? Or was it the network issue?
Is she not connected yet?
No, ma'am.
Just gone off, maybe.
Okay, will
Maybe
she be
she'll
coming?
connect. Yeah, she knows she has to take part. Na? She should be connecting in a moment, I think.
Dr. Princey, ma'am, you've already listened to our idea, right, in the breakout room. Ma'am, I think we can move on. If Dr.
Okay,
Gurmeha
fine.
joins, then we'll
Gurmeha
have
is coming, then we can do it at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, you already know our idea, right? It does fit.
I know that. That's a good one. I would like to see it. I will share my screen and I'll continue with the talk.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Just see my screen is visible. Screen share. Video double click. Farhana, I have just another 15 to 20 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Is my slide visible and I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am. Your slide is visible and you're audible as well.
Yeah. You must tell me when I play the audio, no, whether it is clear or not. Okay. Right. So friends, as we continue with our activity that was over, that showed us about the various human values, basic human values, and how it is affecting us. So now we are continuing with our discussion in having all the human values that are in relation, all these values that we learned about. They help us in regulation, direction, and order. This is what it does to us. And we also see the importance of truth. Yes. And this has been told already. I will not go into it. We will go into the next activity 3, that is the race of life. So all of y'all just unmute and talk to me as I say. We are going on a race of life. All of y'all are standing at the entry point. Just think that you're standing at the line, start line of a running race. Okay. And this race of life, you don't have to run. I will tell you to take a few steps and you take the steps forward. Okay. So in the race of life, I will ask you now, take 2 steps forward. Do you have a news paper, your notebook or something, or your mouse pad or whatever? And you can just start at a line and keep your fingers as taking steps forward. Okay. And you tell me whether you reach to the other end of the page. Okay. In this race of life, I will ask you, all of y'all who have both your parents with you when you were in 12th standard, take 4 steps forward. Those who don't have one of their parents should not move from there. Okay. Done? Okay. Now, second point I'll ask, all those who have family, you have in your family more than 10,000 rupees per month of earning between both your parents. Together, you have at least 10,000 rupees per month in your family. So if you do have more than 10,000, then take another 4 steps with your fingers, across the paper. So now some of y'all must have taken 4 plus 4 steps. Okay. Now again, I'll ask another question. Some of y'all may not have moved. Some of y'all have moved 4 steps only or 8 steps. Okay. One more question I'll ask you. How many of y'all went for coaching classes in your 12th standard? Those of you who went for coaching classes, one tuition, even anything, if you went for tuition or coaching other than your regular class to another same teacher from the school or whatever, then take another 4 steps forward. Yeah. Okay. And if you have if you do not wear spectacles, your eye does not have a power, then take another 4 steps forward. Okay. Now all of you are at one end of the page. Now, have you all reached half the page, or you all have crossed up to the other end of the page? Have you all almost reached there, or are you all at the beginning? What do you say, Mridul, Rohan, Gurmeher?
More than half the page. Maybe.
More than half the page. Okay. So when you have reached more than half the page or almost 3/4 of the page, means all of these questions you have answered have been positive. And so you had the advantage of having a good family, both your parents by your side, you had good education, you have good eyesight, you have good, tuition and coaching. And so the race for you begins at 3/4 of the page. Understood? So only how much you have to run the distance now? The distance now that you have to run is only less. Okay. So this is called as the natural lottery. This is the natural lottery. You're healthy, well, and you can do so much, and you have got so much support. So your effort to get to the best is reduced, but everyone is not so lucky. Some may not even have either of their parents. Some will not have the economic benefit. Some may not, the parents may not have given them extra coaching, and still you can do well in your life and get good marks and become a doctor or become whatever aim you have set forth and you can become. Haven't you heard of the Miss India who became recently? Her father was an auto rickshaw driver, right? And yet the daughter became the Miss India. So there's no stop for us. That's why I said, as a human being, from whatever strata or status we are, we can always excel, and we have the potential to excel, and no one can curtail the right for us to excel. So that is what I meant by race of life and the natural lottery. Okay. So here I am asking us to be another feature or characteristic that a good doctor should evolve and have is being proactive. Proactive means, have you heard when the tough, when it is tough, the tough gets going, right? Proactive is not being, opposite of proactive is being reactive. When there's a situation, you are planning to go outside and you've worn your nice dress and nice shoes and everything, and it starts to pour heavily and you get wet and you will not reach, you cannot go in the way you had planned, isn't it? And what do? You become reactive and angry, and you lose your the look on your face would go, and you'll be irritated and you will be behaving badly, and you will get a headache yourself, and you will wait for the rain to stop and be angry with the rain and the climate. I mean, can you change the rain and the climate? There's no point in being angry with the rain, isn't it? So let us be proactive and think what we can do. Instead, you could have waited a while, gone back into the room, listened to some music, or done that little work or homework that was remaining. And then after about 20 minutes, when the rain stops, you could take the car out or your bike out and go to wherever you want to go. Instead of being reactive, now you are being proactive. And there are situations as a doctor you and I would face where we see being reactive is very easy, but it brings nothing. It does not bring out a good effect in us or around us or for the work that we are doing or what we are supposed to do. That's why being proactive is absolutely an essential aspect. Another aspect that you have to know is resilience. What is resilience? We have this seaweed. We do a activity called seaweed where we move to the current of water. You feel the current of water gushing from the right and the left, and like a seaweed you would be just flimmering in the sea. So also when there is heavy rains, have you heard of a huge tree getting overturned? Yes, because it's a tree that has stood long and tall, but the long and big trees, they are the ones that get uprooted. But the ones that bend and fall, they are lasting longer because they have the ability to bend. So when the heavy winds come, they bend, but the tall and strong, stoic, robust ones, they are the ones that get uprooted because of the force of the wind. So resilience is something that you and I have to build up, that is coming back. You must have seen the movie Major Saab. Have you seen Amitabh Bachchan and Ajay Devgan? I think there also you will see how he comes back with resilience, and he comes back fighting fit. Okay, so that coming back, you always, a world is not kind, and you may have to face many situations that is not of your making. Destiny dealt us a wrong blow, but out of the situation we have to come resilient and strong. It's like the phoenix, the multi-plumed, colored plumed bird that rises out of the ashes. You have to become resilient. And when a bad situation happens, you just do not fall out. You just don't go into the, oh, why me? No, that's again reactiveness. So you should be resilient and to come out and then go back the steps and climb back the ladder again. That is called as resilience. And another aspect that I would be mindfulness. This is another thought called as mindfulness, and this word has a very big meaning in today's age, and it is the necessary part, mindfulness, mindful of the others. And here I would also like to talk about an ethical principle that we talk about is John Stuart Mill, J.S. Mill. He has brought out the Mill's harm principle. That is, you have the liberty to do everything you want, as long as your autonomy is there to do all that you want, as long as it does not affect the autonomy of another. The minute it impinges on the autonomy of another, it is, you have to stop it. You cannot do it because it's going to harm another. You are listening to music on your phone in a bus with full loud music without your earphones. So that's why you put earphones, so that you don't disturb others and you can listen to the music yourself. Don't, don't trouble your co-passengers with your kind of music. Okay, they may not like it, but this is the thing. That's why you're being mindful. Another way is, there are many different examples that you could put of mindfulness, and this in today's age, it's a very important aspect that you should know. When you sneeze, when you cough, you're with mask. The mask itself has brought down so many respiratory illnesses in spite of the lockdown, everything. Okay, now I will take you through another activity 4. This is talking about the moral standpoint. Tell me, just answer me yes or a no. Okay, we are talking about any time in your life. Have you ever flattered somebody? Meaning, have you told, oh, what a nice dress, when it wasn't nice at all? Or somebody, oh, that's a great churidar you're wearing, or whether that's a nice top you're wearing. Did you ever say like that, flattery to anybody, your friend, your parents, your teachers, or anyone? Have you ever done so? Just unmute and say yes or no.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Did I hear a no? I didn't hear a no. So we are doing this most of the time. Another question I would like to ask you is, do you or have you ever taken chiller from the table or somewhere that was kept, some chiller, 1 rupee, 2 rupees, without telling the parent or your anyone, your brother or your elder sister or somebody who has kept it there, or from the house running kharcha money? Yes or a no?
No, ma'am. No.
No. Okay. Chiller. I didn't ask for 100 rupees and all. I'm just saying about.
Because nothing comes from a chiller nowadays.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, no. I'm so sorry. I'm in that still in that old fashioned road. Nothing comes as chiller now. It's minimum 100 rupees. Yeah. Okay, times have changed. Okay, so this activity was trying to find out a moral standpoint. So all of us have our basic morality, our basic moral standpoint, but we are not always the best. Are you the best? Am I the best? No, I am not. I can tell you for sure. I'm human and I can err and I have my own faults. And so I cannot be called as, the incarnate avatar, of goodness and doing everything right. No, I'm no angel. No, correct. I don't know about y'all. What about y'all?
No, ma'am.
You're not an angel. Are you a devil? Are you so bad? Shaitan ke jaise? No. So most of us, we are in the, midway point between the spectrum. If this is bad and this is good, we are in the midway point of it, mostly, almost to the midway. And that's why when we are going to talk ethics and we have our inherent things. That's why when we make decision making, we have to take an effort to maintain our basic human values and what we are running on, so that is what we have to think about. So here I have put very importantly, respect to all or autonomy. This is very important. It is giving respect to the other person. And yes, adaptability. You can see the chameleon, it adapts itself to maintain its survival instinct. It takes on the color and the sheen of whatever it is on so that it is not caught by predators. So you and I also have to be adapting to the situation. You and I are working in one hospital, now you go to another. That time the norms of the hospital changes. The way they function or their working checklist changes, then accordingly we have to mold ourselves into that. Otherwise it will be very difficult to do it. But it should never be against the human values. Okay, adaptability is not by losing your values. That would be acculturation. Okay, removal of your own indigenous culture. So another is harmony, striking the right balance. It's easy to strike a balance at all times, but when in bad times and when you're passing through difficult times, maintaining the harmony, tolerating the other people and maintaining harmony is very, very important. Now, your dynamics is not only with yourself. First and foremost, you should appreciate yourself. You should be self-aware and you should be self-reliant. In addition to all of these, you will have another, you are adding on, you are added on to others in your profession. You have dynamics with them. You have dynamics with other professionals. So our first line was for other doctors like you, with other professionals like other attenders, other physiotherapists, pathologists, and other nurses, or any other person who is there on your team. In addition, you would also be talking to your bosses, your regulators, the NMC inspectors, the dean, the director of the institution, etc. You would be also interacting and having dynamics, interpersonal relationship with your family, friends, close-knit people, loved ones and all. You should also have, as it is a part of our work, your main stakeholder is your patient. That's because of whom you and I are. So as a patient, the patient's family and their bystanders, we have to have our dynamics. And with the society as a whole, we have interplay of dynamics. This is what Thomas Macaulay has said. Yeah, I hope you agree to this. So when you are not going to be found out, what you do is your actual, in front of people, we try to act nice and proper, but you always speak under your breath, no? Kya cheez? That's some cuss word also you would be using, or you would be berating someone under your breath. And or when you're back in your room, you'll be saying about it, but that's not the true value. That's what Macaulay has to say. And also we can see in that values, we can divide them as individual values, collective values, intrinsic and extrinsic values, general and specific. And you can have, this is the philosophical way to divide values, that is moral, aesthetic, and material, and social values. Aesthetic values will be more for the sake of beauty, noting the point of beauty in nature and how it affects. So it is with feeling. That is how it is explained. Okay, so this is how you generally classify. And most of all, what you and I need to talk about is the universal values which all agree from all, each location, each group of people have a different time of values, and these values change. If you see between you and me, our values, my values would be old fashioned, as yours will be a slightly different, but between both of us, a generation gap aside, we have universal values, and these values are the same here in India or in UK or in US or in Australia or in Timbuktu. Okay, so that is what we mean by universal values. And the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights, they bring out all the values that should be considered as principles of ethics, and on which we base bioethics and human rights, that is made basically for biomedical arena. You have human dignity, human rights, you have benefit and harm, you have autonomy, individual responsibility, we have those who have no capacity to consent, we have vulnerable population, protecting them, we have equity, equality, justice, privacy, confidentiality, 11, non-discrimination, non-stigmatization, the solidarity, future generations, and last but not the least, respecting the environment. So when you speak the environment, this world is, you have to respect all those around us. Who is there around you? Other people, yes, the animals, the plants, and the trees, the rocks, the mountains, all that is also important. That's what makes up this world. And if you see, all these are not just Western. If you see in our very own country and our culture, we have come through the Indian culture that starts way back in the 8th century BCE, where we have sages like Yagnavalkya and Aruni, who have been bringing forth all these thoughts together. And our Indian cultural values are based on our these four, basically dharma, righteousness, artha, kama, and moksha. So these we get from our Vedas, the Manusmriti, the Bhagavad Gita, the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and also Jataka and the Dharmapada. These are all the related aspects of this. I would like to also ask you this song. Please sing along with this. You must have learned this poem when you were in school, Rabindranath Tagore's poem. So say it along with him. Unmute yourself and sing along with him. The words are given and I play it now.
Where the mind is without fear.
Can you hear? Can you hear?
Where the mind
Say
is
along with
without
that.
fear and the head is held high.
Hi.
Where knowledge is free. Where the world has not been broken up into fragments.
Into fragments.
By
By narrow
domestic
domestic walls.
where words come
Where
out
words
from
come out
from the depth of truth.
Where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection. Where the
And
clear
the
storm
stream
of
of
reason
reason
has not lost its way into the
Into the
dreary
dreary
desert sand
sand
that
of dead
habit.
habit.
Where the
Where the
mind is
mind
led
is led
forward
forward by
deep
the
into ever widening
thought
in
and
action,
action.
into that heaven
Into
of
that
freedom,
freedom,
my Father, my
Father,
country
my
awake.
country
wakes
awake.
awake. Yeah. You agree with this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why I know you know it, but this is when we are making ethical decisions, your development of moral development has happened as you have grown from the childhood till now, and they have classified according to Kohlberg the they have classified as pre-conventional and conventional this type. We can take a ethical dilemma, that is the story of Heinz. Okay. And this story.
Heinz's dilemma.
Listen.
Heinz's wife is dying because of a special kind of cancer. There's only one drug that the doctors think might save her. It is a new formula which a pharmaceutical company in the same town has recently discovered. The drug is very expensive to produce, but the company is charging 10 times the production cost. Heinz goes to everyone he knows to borrow money, but he can only collect half of what the drug costs. He tells the CEO of the company that his wife is dying and asks him to sell it for less so if he could pay at a later time. But the CEO refuses. He can make no exceptions. The research had been very expensive and the company needs to turn in a profit. What should happen next?
I have to click. What do I do? Continue. Yes. Yeah. So that was the. I'm not getting to change the slide. Why the slide is not changing? Yeah, I got it.
Heinz should not steal the drug since he would be breaking the law. Heinz should steal the drug and accept any prison sentence.
Sorry. Did you get that? Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
So that was the Heinz story. And according to that, this Kohlberg was a psychologist in the 1953, where he brought out how a moral thought develops in a person, how you set about thinking. So for this, he has brought out these stages of the pre-conventional, conventional, and the post-conventional ways. And in each of these phase, you have 2 stages there. These are the 6 stages of moral development. Now you have to tell which, you don't have to tell me, but think for yourselves at which level you are standing. The first type is, the first stage is the kind obedience And because you will be when you were a child, if your parents told you not to take that thing, then if you eat that chocolate which is kept on the table and they told you not to take, you will get a slap, you will get hit, isn't it? So being afraid of the hit, you will not take it. So that is called as obedience punishment. That is the first level. So you want to eat it and you're going to take it, but only because of the punishment you're afraid. That is the first level. Okay. Then as we go, second level, third, and here you see there is social conformation, social structure. You want to be a good person, act like a good person. That is in the stage 4. Okay. And stage 5 is when you are actually wanting to see that things are done correctly. And stage 6, most of us can reach up to stage 5, but stage 6, we cannot commonly attain stage 6. And that is because of the fact that, this stage is reached only by Mahatma Gandhi, where you can influence and so much, or so many of our sadhu sons, and they have reached that place. And Mother Teresa, or whom would you say? These are the people who have reached this stage. So knowing the right and wrong of a behavior, that is how you come to throw with the values. And here we see the pre-convention stage with the conventional stage, and these are the explanations that have been given for it. So are we clear on this? So are you on most likely as you are 20s, early 20s, you would be maybe at this level. It's not always the age, okay? You may be at this level 1 even at 55. I am 55, but I have not reached 6, nowhere near 6, maybe 4, maybe 5. I don't know about y'all. That's my frank assessment of myself. But you need not tell me, but you should assess yourself where you are at this level, so that you can improve your reach the post-convention stage. Okay, this is the Heinz evaluation. So if you are in that study, if you heard, you would, if you were to take this point of view, and the reason why it is given here, then you belong to the stage 1, or the stage 2, or the stage 3. And here you see the stage 4. This is stage 5 and stage 6. Okay, so that is how we interpret Kohlberg's theory using stories. So this was Kohlberg. Along with Kohlberg, after Kohlberg, Kohlberg's junior colleague, Carol Gilligan, she's another person who also did studies on moral development, but Kohlberg used only boys. Carol Gilligan, being a woman, she used also ladies, girls and boys, okay, and gave them stories and assessed. And her assessment showed that women or ladies are more opportune to being ethical than men. I'm not saying it, it's told by her. And even if you see, there is a video in the WhatsApp, it was going around sometime, I had noticed it, where, one lady makes a set of, psychologists. She makes a set of lemonade and gives to the children. And the boys, she gives separately to the boys and gives them. And, on all of them, spat it out throughout dunked the glass of lemon juice, because there was salt in it instead of sweet. But the girls, because this auntie had given the children so nicely, they did not drink their lemon juice, but they were trying to take tiny sips, and and they were saying, how is it? Is it bad? No, but trying to be diplomatic in that. So you see, these are also things that you can see that happen. Okay. Now, the meaning of health, according to Ayurveda, is not just like how you would have the, here we mean also, this is told very clearly that you should have health is when you feel like working and helping others too. The energy, okay, the energy that needs to. So that is the definition of health in Ayurveda, which is more appropriate than the definition of the health from the scientific, according to the scientific definitions that we say, definition of health. Yes, according to the WHO, this was done way back in 19, see the year, and there has been no change made until recently when it was made like this, right? So when we know the definition of health, and it's all including also spiritual, and this is the definition of WHO definition of health, and these are the domains in health that we are looking at. And all this human values and understanding brings us to moral competence. That is, you can correctly take a moral decision with the justification, that is called as moral competence. And there is a moral framework for any such things, like whether it is euthanasia or whether there is organ transplantation. You develop guidelines and methods so that you are within the rightfulness, and that is moral framework, and that leads to a moral or ethical action. So I would also tell you that we see, when you see a clump of trees, you see the woods, there is a saying, no, you cannot see the trees for the woods. Okay, you don't know whether this is acacia and this is a nutmeg tree or what tree, okay, or a teak tree or a eucalyptus tree. So you only see the woods as a whole, it just looks as one. So there are many a times when we give a clinical case scenario, or you are facing a clinical scenario where there is an ethical dilemma, but you do not have the moral sensitivity to note it. That is called as moral sensitivity, to be aware of an ethical issue. Then comes moral reasoning, that why this should not be done, why this should be done, and justifying it based on moral theories or such. That is called as moral reasoning. And when you have both of these, that develops your moral character. And just knowing that this is wrong and right is not enough. You should have the courage to stand up for what is right, and that is moral courage. It is not easy to climb the moral ladder. It's tough and it is difficult, but definitely it is worth a this is moral sensitivity. I shall, for lack of time, I'll just skip the slides. Moral reasoning. And what is moral? Yeah, how we define moral character, how it is defined is here. This is a beautiful wording that has been put forth, and it shows moral courage, how moral courage is. Yes. Yeah. So these are the, it's Dalai Lama who has said that you should always be open to change. Your arms should be open to change, but do not let go of your values. And when you're making ethical decision making, these are the things that come into play. Peace of mind comes only when you are following on the true principles, and any other way would not work, right? peace is attained. If you follow the wrong principles and the wrong values, you are never going to get the peace of mind. I'm not saying it, it has been said very beautifully. And this, I would like to end with what Dalai Lama has wonderfully said it. Open your arms to change, but never let go of your values. So friends, the values that you have inculcated through your years of 20, 22, 21 years is what I would see. And here, oh, this is another. All this leads to your professional development. And thank you all. And I wish you all the best in your career and in your personal journey of life. Thank you all. I'm ready to take any questions. Life is full of choices, isn't it? And every time we are making choices, in a day, you'll be making so many choices. And if they are on the wrong, your whole course is directed wrongly. So thank you all, friends. And I have to acknowledge Dr. Sanita, Dr. Danya, and Dr. Mamta for helping me with the slides and deciding upon these. So thank you all. I'm ready to take questions or
Thank you, ma'am.
anything
Thank you,
that you
ma'am.
need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time and taking time out of your valuable day for us. It means a lot. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. I hope you remember this. Sometime we should meet somewhere. Okay.
Yes,
Bye.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a
Thank you,
nice
ma'am.
day. Bye,
Good day, ma'am.
Mridul, Rohan, Gurpreet, Prityush, Vimal Kumar, Farhana. Thank you. Thank you all.
Farhana, shall I end the meeting?
Yes, I'm done.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.